Hello, welcome. I love impromptu streams that I just decide on the spot to do. I think that's the way Ace Attorney streams should be. Never scheduled, always just me going, fuck it, I got nothing better to do. Adrian's not in tonight, so it's just me. How's everyone doing? Also, Sav, do you have any familiarity with the Investigations games, or is this all gonna be new to you, too? Just out of curiosity, mostly, because, I don't know... So here, I will lay down this much. I have seen a fair amount of, like, screenshots and such from future cases. I'm pretty sure I know some things about, at the very least, who is going to be in this case, but I don't know more than that. I don't know anything about the plot. I just know that if I'm right, I'm excited about who's here. And it's also going to be a really exciting voice acting adventure. So... I'm eager. I'm ready. This is Turnabout Reminiscence. I do believe it's a flashback case. And I'm excited about that. I think it's gonna be very fun. But yeah, like I said, full disclosure, I don't know anything about like the plot, but I've seen I think like a couple screenshots here and there from what I think is this case. So I'm excited. Other than that, though, I'm playing this blind. Sav, if they reference, like, anything that's been happening previously in like, investigations, I'll try to catch you up on it. I think there's gonna be, like, I think Kay is probably gonna be in this one. She's a little crime lord. That's really the thing about Kay. I love her. But yeah, other than that, let's just fucking get into it. I couldn't fit investigations on my sidebar and I didn't feel like messing with the font, so we're just AAI case 4. Excuse me. Oh, yeah, and I've been having, full disclosure, a bit of chest congestion for the past, like, several weeks now. It's lifestyle related. I'm not sick. I'm just making somewhat bad choices. But I'm fine. But if voice acting aggravates that and I start to sound a little bit consumptive, that's all. So don't worry about me. Sav, that is a really strong assessment of the situation. She is absolutely... She basically assigned herself Edgeworth's weird little girl. But also, yeah, in a way, he is hers. It's great. It's great. I love her so much. Let's get into it. I don't know. All I know is that this is, I think, 7 years ago, based on what they said. Okay, oh, don't you auto-advance. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier. Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. Who are these people? But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it? I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu. Just slow down. Everybody slow down. It's too fast. Game seems a bit quiet. You saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the fucking... Mr. Rill, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You've gotta believe me! In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until a new prosecutor is ready. Mr. Faraday? That's Kay's last name. Are we done auto-advancing the text now, please? For the love of God. Oh, also forgot to mention, for whatever reason, this particular emulation has some, graphical issues. I don't know what causes them, but this is about as bad as it ever gets. It's usually pretty minor. I've just been sort of putting up with it. So sorry if it's annoying. It just kind of looks like this sometimes. A lot of the time, there's nothing. But I apologize. I've been so used to it, I don't even really see it anymore. Oh, this little bitch. This little bitch. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth? Who's that? I don't know what voice to do. Who is... Oh, God. Sir. Jesus Christ. Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial? Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know. Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. More like European... Where... Oh. God, fuck this guy. To have... If I could do a German accent, I probably would. That's gonna be an issue for me. I know I fucking speak German, but I can't do a German accent in English, I'm sorry. But in spirit, I would be. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud. As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir! Fuck this guy. That such a legendary prosecutor is watching over and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way. So this works. This is for the benefit of Sav and anybody who might be watching VODs at a later time. This game works very different from Ace Attorney games. Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute. Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct? Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Bern Faraday, gave the order. I do think he still, even if he confessed, I think he does still have, well, I don't know. I think that they might be trying a different crime at this point. If the defendant might be guilty, but then they're kind of also having to investigate the prosecutor. I assume is how that works. I don't know. Scusi. Ha! Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey. Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Bern Faraday? He is a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense. Nonsense? He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court. Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. Oh, that could be it. That's possibly it, Grace. They didn't explain the circumstances very well, but I assume that there's a good reason they're kind of changing things up. But yeah, if the prosecutor's now under suspicion, obviously they can't prosecute. Yeah, that tracks. Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters. Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals. I see. Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused, Prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt. Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. Oops, I paused. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case? Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case files. Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you are talking about. Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Codopian Embassy. They put fake countries in this game. It's weird. Because Ace Attorney usually has, like, real countries in it. But then there was, like, Borginia. There was, like, an Eastern European country that was, like, Borginia. And then they also, Agent Lang is from, Zhengfa, I think is the name of the country. Which is, like, clearly China. But it's not called China. It's just weird because they use real countries in, like, the main games. I don't know what the... Maybe this one's got more, like, international politics going on, and so they don't want to use real countries for that one, because that might be troublesome? I don't know. The victim, Mr. Mr. Dead Man, was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mac Rell. Really? Okay. Was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest. Arrested for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu, but that he did not kill Dade Man. It's hard to say it and not just say dead man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie. It's possible that he wants to go down well in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. Inanity? I know that it's based on the word inane. I guess I don't know that form of the word, pronunciation-wise. People don't usually say words like that out loud. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth. Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to, by the real Yatagarasu, Burn Faraday. That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident. The second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough. Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to. Could you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident? In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents. This is a 3-year-old newspaper. I love the letter number case. Yeah. KG-8 incident overview data jotted down on my organizer. You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct? Amano was a name that came up in the last case I did, which takes place in, like, present times. Amano was a guy who... his son, like, orchestrated his own kidnapping, sort of, to get money. It was a whole thing. It was all very sketchy from the top to the bottom. Shady dealings. So this is good, probably. There he is. Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling. Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group, the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Ms. Yu was silenced before she could testify in court. Wasn't a Kodopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder? Yes, a Kodopian by the name of Manny Kochin was the suspect. However, due to the lack of evidence, the case went unresolved. Lack of evidence? Ha! If only I was in charge of the case. I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt. To make sure that all criminals are found guilty. My mentor really is dedicated. CCU, the witness. Oh, fuck, you're right. She sees you. Faraday was the prosecutor of the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever. Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well? That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against the smuggling organization. That smuggling organization, not just any. And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify. You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG-8 incident. So that's why it is being called the second KG-8 incident. Yes. Yet, there is one difference between the two incidents. What would that be? The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? I'd better find out more. Please stop making me talk to Manfred. I don't like doing his voice and I don't like him. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodopian embassy, what could he or she have been after? No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or, more likely, to steal secrets from the Kodopian embassy itself. Since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police. What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police? I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say? That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct? Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday. Mr. Faraday? He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well. He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG-8 incident and the Yatagarasu case? Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate. Ah! Sorry, that was loud. Ah! Daughter! She's small! What is it, little girl? She has a balloon. Ah! You're scary, mister. Did you need something? I want to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks! That's exactly what I needed! Oh, I love her. Oh, I love her. Ah. Could that child be here to watch the trial? How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Kay did say that when she was young, she used to do a lot of drop kicks. I'm just saying, now would be a great time, Kay. Now would be a wonderful time to get some practice in. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? Manfred is so small. Why is Edgeworth taller than him? Was Manfred von Karma actually like 5'6"? What? I never thought of him as a little man. But I'm pretty sure Edgeworth has a couple pixels on him in height. Maybe Manfred's... Manlet Manfred? Could this be? The paperwork for the prosecutor substitution is complete. Manlet von Karma. No, no, Grace, speak your mind. Speak your truth. You're right. Why, you? Do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I can have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. It's no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me. Proud one you are. I love that they're doing their little finger wag animations at each other. The way they do like the smaller sprites in this game is really good. I love that you can. I love how they've done it. I think it's really good. It really puts into perspective when they put the characters into physical space with each other like this, just how goofy their poses actually are. I really like it. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth. So they're getting a rookie prosecutor in the middle of an ongoing murder trial? That's the move? That's the vibe? Okay. Alright. Sure thing. The music in this game is so good. I'm always just like vibing. MVK said he thought it would be funny, so the judge allowed it. Yeah, true. Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either? Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. Sideways Judge. Sideways Judge. This is new. It's like Sideways Gumshoe. It was a bit of a jump scare the first time. You never see some characters from the side. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Yeah, Sideways Judge jump scare. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Uh-oh. 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 Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume. However... Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. Yeah, it's probably nothing. I'm sure it's nothing. I bet that somebody just had a birthday. That's all. It's nothing. It's probably nothing to worry about. What is that blasted buffoon up to? Sorry, my advanced text button is right next to the button that pauses the emulator. Whoever popped K's balloon owes me money personally. It's an emergency, sirs. Oh, who is this? Oh, it's an emergency, sirs. Silence. There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. He just said it was an emergency. He just said it was an emergency. Please, wait. You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant lobby number 2. Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor. What? This is good, probably. This is a good thing. This is what you want to happen. Stay back. No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period. Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rell's defense attorney? Hey, you! No run into the hallway, pal! And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. Oh, I'm walking around now. This part's fun. The investigations, you get to actually, like, walk around. It's nice. It's a very, like... It has a very similar feel to the mainline Ace Attorney games, but it's different in some really fun ways. It feels a little bit more physical because of the way that it plays. I like it. A fire extinguisher. If one were to be in the head with this, it would probably not be very good, right? I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. This game so far, I'm going to assume the second game is the same way. Fucking packed with Easter eggs referencing the first trilogy. It's delightful. But it's not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck by one of these. Yeah, but you know a guy who might. Poster of the judge. There's a slogan of some sort on it. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me and my hair farther away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Defendant lobby number 1 is through here. The incident took place in lobby number 2 next door. I shouldn't allow myself to be sidetracked like this. I better get a move on. No, I'm gonna keep on being sidetracked. Sorry, Keg. A drink vending machine. Ah! Now is not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. What kind of drink do you want, Edgy? Interesting. They're selling special court-themed food products here. Many of them seem sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection, I suppose. And you are... Oh, they haven't met before. Oh, this is the start of an era that we're witnessing. They haven't met before. Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Their apostrophe S. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a district prosecutor. A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I have told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe. Just recently, I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. Oh! It's so good. More than a dream. It's what I was born to do. Wait. Maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. Prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor, pal. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that. But it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2. So you were the guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kind of froze. You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? And again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. Oof! Ouch, oof. Oof. Ouch. Then, Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there, dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Hey, what do you think of this? You mentioned that you've only recently become a detective, did you not? You got it. I'm a brand spanking new detective. So that means you've probably never seen a real prosecutor's badge, right? Oh, you're so lame. He's so lame. If you so desired to see one, I just might be able to make your day. You don't have to go through the trouble, pal, because a real man has a police badge. Someday, I'm gonna become an ace detective, just like Detective Bad. Did I say something wrong, pal? Forget it, detective. This is good. The sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. And it looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. My eyes have locked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. As a student of Von Karma, I refuse to back down. I won. Did he just do a staring contest with his reflection? Grace was a misogynist towards Miles Edgeworth. Finally, Aged Lemons used ad permitted term, you lame ass bitch. Jesus Christ. Oh, that was a wonderful two-hit combo. Miles Edgeworth staring contest with his own reflection. Grace banned for misogyny against a man. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some novice bimbo. Do not take me for some naive novice? So you're a student of Von Karma. I should have... Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court. But of course, I have heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course, I have heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? Is the entire conceit of Ace Attorney Investigations just making up characters specifically to bully Edgeworth? Has that been the actual point of this game, is to put as many characters in there to make Edgeworth miserable as possible? Because you have Kay, who constantly is mocking him. They put Emma back in, and she was mostly nice, but she did, like, yeah. And then, they put Old Bag in the last case just to make him upset. This entire game is just to bully Miles Edgeworth. That's the secret. Which I love. Somebody's gotta do it. I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, well. Actually, wait. It is a shame that we will not be able to face each other. It was to be my first trial, too. Oh, was that a declaration of war? How nice it is to be young and carefree. And what a nice squeaky clean badge you've got yourself there. I'm jealous. I'm sure its gleam will dull over time with experience. Are you saying your reputation will also tarnish over time with it? That's not what I meant. Well, you can't just... Well, you just can't avoid some things in life. I'll never allow my badge or my reputation to become tarnished. Well... Alright, I don't think there's anything else in the room to look at. Yeah, I think I love Callisto U. I think, honestly, there hasn't been a bad character yet. This has been a good game for characters. Excuse me, but who are you? I already forgot the voice I did for this guy. Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here? I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Sav, here's my pitch for it. Francisca's in this game, and she's good. If you want more Francisca, this is the game. That's my pitch. She's not in every case, but she's in some of them. Kid, I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I will say from, like, a gameplay perspective, it's not... Some of, like, the reasoning and the arguments are kind of stupid, in my opinion. But that's also true of the original trilogy. They weren't all hits. But from just, like, a perspective of, like, the dialogue and the characters in it, it feels very authentically Ace Attorney. A lot of people don't love this game. They prefer the sequel, because apparently Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is, like, one of the best Ace Attorney games, period. But I find this one also quite good, so, I don't know. Well, I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid. Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? I thought we were gonna get our fourth Edgeworth death fake out. This trial was missing that, is pretending to kill Edgeworth again, which would have been really funny. It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, a Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in this hand. This hand? Did they mean his hand? Was there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. Sav, there was somebody in the previous case who had a ring pop. You just reminded me of that. She kept licking it. And her name was, Lauren Pops. But she had a... boyfriend? They never really fully resolved that. Who called her Lolly. Lollipops. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Sav, if you've got to play this game. That's all I'll say. I think you would really like this game and a lot of the characters in it. I adore so much of this game, to be quite honest. It's pretty easy to emulate, too. I don't know if you have, like, experience emulating things, but I would be happy to talk you through it if you don't. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. so you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics. In order to assess if Mr. Faraday was really the Yatagarasu or not. Well, well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours, son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops. Everyone is being mean to Edgeworth, and honestly, good. There's someone here who wishes to see you. I'm sorry, I don't do the bailiff voice as good as Adrian does. I'm trying, but nobody does it like him. Who is it? A Cadopian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Cochin. What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Yeah, King, you just heard that name like 5 minutes ago. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny Cochin? Yes, King. I'll be right there. I am running out of voices. It's nice to see you again, Ms. Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine. Let's go. Not you. Not you. Get out of here. Bad. On Karma. It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case is no exception. Do you know Detective Bad, sir? Yes. He's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on, though, Bad. The man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG-8 incident? So I was right. Just what is that man doing wandering around here? Faraday. I can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic. I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here. Oh, there she is. Oh, there she is. Oh, I know that voice anywhere. And that theme. Alright, she's 13. Let's see if I can pull off a little girl voice. Papa, how can you place him in charge? Francisca, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? She has a crop instead of a whip. Francisca von Karma. So she is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his, who is also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it. You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? She's taking the... I guess that it tracks, because she does, like, become a prosecutor right around now. It didn't occur to me that she's probably... She has to take the bar. I guess it didn't cross my mind. Ha! If you were able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never. Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case? Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. That's just like Franziska. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them. Yeah, the defense attorneys show up, and this fucking 13-year-old girl. I know for a fact that I thought of this, like, when she was first introduced and they mentioned that she'd been a prosecutor since 13, but really seeing her and having to, like, realize that, like, that is what they saw. Like, she's so 13. Bad. Yeah. These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of these kids loose on the crime scene? Step stool behind the desk! They did that in the anime for Pearl when she was, like, I forget the word, like, assistant counsel. Ha! This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around with. I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you. Understood, sir. Her little curtsy! Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Is she gonna, like, is she our partner for this? Is she gonna co-investigate? That means there's gonna be so much dialogue with her. I'm spoiled. Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Franziska. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Manfred is letting his 13-year-old investigate a dead body. That's correct. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. Looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. It's just like him. He never fails. Now, I'd appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. Bad hates being in this game. Goodness. Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously? Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Your Honor, I cannot possibly do this completely unreasoned 4 o'clock case. I have band practice. Yeah, I assume she's like homeschooled or something, but I love the idea that she's like, that she would have still like 13-year-old obligations. Like she's on like the lacrosse team or something. Competition. The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly. I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth. Franziska keeps her case notes in the same bag as her homework. She's like, oh shit, this is algebra. Fine, whatever makes you happy.
Can I take that as you accepting my challenge?
Sorry, I keep pausing the game. Oh, what have I done now? There it is. Once again, whatever makes you happy.
Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it like the professional I am.
Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. Bad has the most beat up fucking coat. I don't care, said Francisca caringly, as she cared very much. Yeah.
Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well?
I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy. You're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir. Detective Bad, sir. Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay? I love that you can see that Miles is doing his little, like, disgruntled sprite. I love that that they did, like, I don't know. I think it's great. I love that they did the same, like, expressions on the smaller sprites so you can very clearly see what they're doing. It's really good. They did this game really well, I think.
You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do.
Then you, prosecutor boy. Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy. Oh no, how many games can we get of Miles humoring his 13-year-old big sister? Does he have to drive her to the courthouse after her extracurriculars? Please! Please, I want these two to interact forever all the time. I want nothing more in the world than just for these two to have a million games. My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me Prosecutor Boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. Oh, it begins. It begins. What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Alright. So much to do, so much to see. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you? What is it? It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons. Yeah, it does. That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? Gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member. But never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rell was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. Could it have been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented? But then, why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rell with it. Huh. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? Looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rell first, who then counterattacked. It's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I feel like it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to ensure the honor of the Von Karma name. is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home was so tiny compared to this one, pal. Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one. Ooh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. Ugh. And way too noisy.
You're the noisy one, Scruffy.
Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set, too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance. Yeah, that table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle? After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know? Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off? This decorative plant's foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. 2 people died in this room. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Get yourself a Charlie, Edgeworth. I thought I might be able to look at the painting, but I guess not. Chocolate milk in a thermos, please! Oh, I know she drinks chalky milk out of a thermos.
Ah, I see.
Did you figure something out?
This is a competition, Miles, and as such, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk to me.
As you wish. Let's speak to Gummy here. Yeah, pal? Oh, I can say lots of Gummy. So excited, pal! This is my first real crime scene. Let's get investigating. Detective Gumshoe. I thought investigations were supposed to be conducted in a calm, collected manner. What do you know about how to run an investigation, little boy prosecutor? I know that at the very least, I have a greater grasp than you of what happened here. Why, you don't know any more than me, pal. Look, you just stay behind me, boy, and out of the way. Ironic coming from the guy that's been a step behind me this entire case. This is my first time setting foot inside the courthouse. Who would have thought it'd be for my first case as a detective? But you know, I get the feeling I'll be coming here a lot more in the future. That's probably true. As a suspect, detective? Of course not, pal! Anyway, this lobby's actually pretty luxurious. I mean, for a defendant's lobby, it's got a pretty big TV. Oh, and there's that tea set on the table over there. Bet you didn't know that I like to drink tea. Wow, this room really is decked out. If it means spending time in here, maybe being a suspect isn't such a bad thing after all. I'm beginning to suspect that leaving this detective in charge of anything might be bad. But he is right. This room is rather well furnished. Somewhere in this room, the truth is slumbering. It's time to find it. Give it a wake-up call. I just feel so spoiled every case in this game. Like, every time a character appears, I'm like, oh, thank God. So, Detective Gumshoe. Yeah? What is it, boy? Of all the people to call me that, this detective is by far the least qualified. I wanted to ask you about how the investigation is proceeding. See for yourself, pal. Do I do a great detective bad or what? Has this man not a professional bone in his body? Very well, then I will inspect the victims' bodies myself. Cool. Detective Bab, do you have any thoughts on the case?
Faraday and Rel. Looks like they killed each other to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right.
And what would they be?
Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy?
How, I've been downgraded to just boy? Little man, little punk. It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rel. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However,
Using logic, the only logical conclusion is... Aha!
what was that outburst for?
My detective's instinct just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Rel that fell first, see?
You don't need a detective's instinct for that, it's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It does look like Bad punched holes in his coat to look cool. They're all, like, perfectly round. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal.
I know that much, detective.
Sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men?
Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand.
So he shot Mr. Rel and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun?
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun?
It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger.
Oof!
Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. Blood on the bags they removed after death. Possibly! Something's clearly up with the bags, because first of all, only one of them has blood on it, which is weird.
I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. It sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands.
It appears that the police's screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Gun.
Knife. Looks like Mr. Rel died with the knife in his hand.
There's some blood stuck on it.
Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it.
Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Every time he says the word personage, I want to kill him a little bit more. Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it. Mr. Faraday. How ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse.
Yeah, why'd it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes?
Yeah.
Then get back to work. Find out the cause of his murder. Every time he says personage, Miss Yu starts laughing wherever she may be. Exactly! Exactly. I loved that. She, like, can't even keep it together. Finally someone who treats Edgeworth like he deserves. I can't believe that didn't... I can't believe she didn't single-handedly bully him out of being like that.
Right. I'm on it, pal.
First he killed a Kodopian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself.
This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So, yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two.
Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Dade Mann.
Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something.
Detective's intuition?
Yep. Do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all
We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation. I think that's probably about it, yeah? Oh, he's holding something.
His hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be.
If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain.
An ink stain?
Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen. Oh my god, I'm gonna shove him in a locker so bad. Feather pen? Feather pen? I am taking his lunch money as we speak. Are you fucking with me? I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen. Fuck off. I hate him.
A feather pen?
I've never seen one before.
Sure you aren't just making it up, pal?
I'm gonna spill ink on his cravat. Me. I hate him. This game... This game is like, here's a fucking numbered list of reasons to bully Miles Edgeworth. Top to bottom, that's all this was for. Mr. Rel's cause of death was from being shot, correct?
That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down.
Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
I can't confirm Mr. Rel's cause of death with his body positioned like that. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail, if possible.
What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are?
I believe an examination... sorry, I don't read the names sometimes. I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you?
I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it.
Labby?
Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir.
There you have it.
Do you not approve?
Of course not.
What?
Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing.
Godspeed, Grace. Have a good meeting. I'll probably still be going. I want to try and finish this case on stream if I can. Based on how long they usually are, it might be realistic to do that, it might not. They're usually like 3-4 hours long from what I can tell.
Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will ya?
Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir.
Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Alrighty. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. He says this every time. It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding. Youch! What's wrong, Detective?
My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed.
Just keep your mind on the case, alright? Shot in the chest.
Takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week, and I still haven't fired a single round yet.
There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean...
Wait, burn marks?
A round grows very hot as it is discharged. Tongue twister. A round grows very hot as... I'll get it. A round grows very hot as it is discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. Also, I see we get out of the moral issue of a 13-year-old touching a body by letting her brother/manservant do it while she watches from a distance. Yeah. Yeah.
You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal.
Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial.
A knife wound in his chest here, see?
I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rell is holding?
Labby.
Yes, sir. Verifying now, sir.
Make it quick.
From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rell is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. What's this? There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen.
Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write your name on everything you own.
Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rell and fired. However, Mr. Rell managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory. In any case,
What a crazy way to go.
still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. Crime scene notes we got. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. I may be able to... That could spill ink, mayhaps, perchance, plausibly. Yeah, so we have this interesting mechanic in this game called Logic, which is basically Miles Edgeworth just, like, enters his mind palace, and we have all these different pieces of information that we basically have to, like, synthesize into new information, and, it's a little dumb sometimes, but, sometimes you're trying to find contradictions, sometimes you're trying to find, like, for example, fountain pen in pocket, ink stain, probably go together. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen.
Ooh, let's ask the lab guy.
Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen.
I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life.
If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well.
Okay, if you say so, pal.
Neat and tidy table, but the plastic bag strewn about, that's conflicting information about whether there was a struggle. I think that'll be something. Yeah. The animation's a little bit different when it's not... when you get it wrong, it looks different. I'm sure we will be seeing that tonight. There is a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table. Is that the... I feel like one of my other friends was talking about that. It's like the... I don't know anything about it, but it's like a Sherlock Holmes... I usually see it called Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, I think. I don't know if that's just because it's like a part of the game that was out at the time, or what, but I'm glad to know that they've got the same old mechanics there. I'm telling you, Sav, you've got to play this game. And yet, a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle. In which case, might there be another explanation as to how they got there?
Another reason?
I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow.
Please get that blood away from me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag?
Hold on. Let me ask the lab guy.
Alright, please hurry.
Way to get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either.
It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence.
Okay, if you say so. I leave it in your hands, pal.
Yay. Anything new?
Ah, I see.
Did you figure something out? Okay, same old. What do I have in my little organizer here? I have my badge. KGA. I didn't hear sign of a struggle. Found a Faraday's hand. Bullet that killed Rel was fired from a few yards away. Huh. With Faraday brought this as evidence, it was found in Rel's hand. Notes pertaining to burning Faraday. Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. Remarks about the bodies. Faraday died of a knife stab to the chest. Rel died of a bullet wound to the chest. There's no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. Okay. Well, it's weird if he was shot from a few yards away. Why are they, like, on top of each other? Fountain pen used by the left-handed Faraday. It looks like it has a quality nib. Oh, handedness just came up recently. Hang on. What's all this, then? That's a bit odd, isn't it? If he's left-handed. But they won't let me do it. Sometimes, when you're, like, examining something, you get this little thing up here. It's deduce, I think. And you can actually, like, present evidence against what you're looking at, which is really neat. I kind of thought I would be able to be like, oh, well, he's left-handed, so why does he have the gun in his right hand? Okay. This means we're gonna find out if Francisco is actually a gifted prosecutor, if it's 100% her dad enabling her complex about Miles and it's pure nepotism. That will be interesting to see. Faraday's holding a gun in his right hand. That's what Mr. Rel got blown away by, right? Labby, your answer?
Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun.
Oh, ballistic markings are the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic markings. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from. Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all about that, pal. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Come on, sir. Cut me some slack, will ya? On top of each other, and the scuffle signs are under them while the rest of the room is clean. Yeah! It's super weird. So the bullet that was fired from his gun is what felled Mr. Rel. But I don't have my little... The button is, like, right here, usually, where I can be, like... And also, like, Edgeworth, he has, like, special dialogue when it's basically, like, you don't need to look at this anymore. And he did that dialogue, so I'm like... What the fuck is going on in here? The window is open, and... There's a fresh, flowery scent in the air. Ugh. The flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows? Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? I thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. Guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. Exactly. There's still something I find very peculiar here. Oh, now are we doing it? The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there is actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility. No way, pal. Really? I suppose I will just have to show you the conflict in this crime scene. I won't rest until I've... Yeah, okay. Here we go. Now I have my deduce button. Couple of things. I guess I'll start with this one. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Left-handed. Eureka! I hate him. hate his ass. Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, lady and gentlemen, I hate him. This is not the first time he has said this, and I hate him. That, lady and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
Hey, you're right, pal. It does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen?
The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died.
Someone else?
Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us. Prosecutors are just people who love Europe. It's on site. Yeah.
Here's the autopsy report.
It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting.
That's not really what you would expect. I guess usually you'd think of the gunshot wound as being more instantaneous, but that is interesting, because I guess it does mean that, like, he could have been shot from across the room and then came over there. Which would track with the fact that he wasn't shot at point blank.
It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case.
You sure we know everything?
Of course! The incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There was absolutely no margin for doubt.
Do you really believe that to be the truth? Maybe the murder weapons were also swapped for some reason. Although, that's strange because we see a stab wound and a bullet wound on the corresponding people. So that becomes the question of why. There's a lot of questions. A lot of questions with this one.
Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you?
I think there's a distinct possibility that somebody was shot from through the barred window, because the window's open, and you couldn't get a person through the bars, but you could get a bullet through the bars. So I suspect that that's somehow going to be something. Or maybe someone threw a knife through the window, I don't know. It's Ace Attorney. Something like that, though. I think the open window is going to be very much a factor.
It's all right. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is.
Don't worry, I will. And this is what we do. So there's no, like, actual court scenes in this game. We don't go to court, we're just investigating. So instead of, like, testimonies, we have arguments, which is, it's the same principle, but I think it's fun.
Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rell survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rell. And Mr. Rell, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case.
Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Let me see here. So, okay. Faraday is on top, and Rell is beneath him. Which means that Rel died first, which doesn't make sense, right? Because if Rel died first, then he couldn't have killed Faraday. I think that tracks, right? It's obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rel, and Mr. Rel, on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Because I just think then the implication of what she's saying is that Faraday would have died first. Because he shot Rel, then Rel stabbed Faraday, killing him instantly, and then died. Which contradicts the fact that Faraday is on top of Rel, I think. I posted cringe. I posted cringe, everybody. I'm gonna get a bad graded argument, even though what I'm saying makes sense. There's a clear contradiction in your line of logic.
And where, pray tell, would that contradiction be?
Maybe nowhere?
Exactly.
Could I have it all wrong? It does also indicate that they were right next to each other. That's a whole other thing. Maybe I need to press her first. I might need to press some of this. Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously?
I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented clear as day.
Ugh. Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel before he died? Do you have any basis for this statement?
Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need.
Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Rel before being stabbed.
You're finally beginning to catch on, I see.
Mr. Rel, on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday. So you believe that the dying Mr. Rel stole the knife from Mr. Faraday?
Mr. Rel became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So, the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rel was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound.
Can you really say that it's perfect?
What are you insinuating?
Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. Oh, here we go. Okay. One must be clear and precise, so if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled. Okay, and now we have... It's probably going to be Gumshoe's testimony. I'm just double checking. Yeah. There we go. If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing.
Ha! You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But, for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How, then, did Mr. Rel get his hands on the knife?
Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rel saw a chance and took it at some point.
So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed?
Isn't there something strange in Francisca's statement just now? Yes, something is off because he died instantaneously. Wait, something doesn't add up.
Oh, really?
It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday... Autopsy. Where's the autopsy? I think it's here. Yeah, there's the autopsy. Haha! She really is just 13. She's taking the bar exam like this afternoon. Yeah, she's flying back to Germany as soon as this is done. Sleep on the flight over. According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that.
Ooh, you got me.
But of course.
Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rell attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rell. Therefore, Mr. Rell must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense.
Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Francisca.
I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could.
How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francisca, you've still got a ways to go.
What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic?
Mr. Faraday died instantly. And the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is... Yeah. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Rell. Then, the wounded Mr. Rell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Rell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled.
No!
Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Rell's. Mr. Rell must have died before Mr. Faraday. I think I missed a therefore. Sorry.
Impossible!
Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is...
No! Not so fast, Miles Edgeworth.
What now?
I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent.
She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong.
It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Rell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order.
I just know that Francisca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. We really glazed over the whole gun in the right hand thing. We brought that up, and then that hasn't been anything. I'm sure it will come up again. I just think it's funny, like, we mentioned it, and then it just didn't. It has failed to come up again. About that.
Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools.
That wasn't my intent. I simply wished for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Rell.
Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you could hold on for a minute?
Francisca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours.
Oh, I'll hold on to it, all right. As I whip you.
Gah.
Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue, if you don't mind. I love her.
I love this baby. Miles is a great lawyer because he had to spend his childhood arguing like this with Francisco over like bedtime. Exactly. I think all of their conversations are like this.
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Rell while holding both the knife and revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Rell grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Rell wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please.
Well, Francisca, the thing about that... where the fuck is it? I think it's in here, the indication that there was no gunpowder burn, yeah. Theory is that Faraday was dual wielding? She does watch anime, she just hides it. Yes. Yes. Why would you go at somebody with a knife and a gun at the same time? That seems extremely inefficient. You're going to do badly no matter what you're trying to do. So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rell's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rell and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Ah! Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. We're having a discussion over how it would happen. Please adjust your testimony. God, they were raised in a lab to be lawyers. I think that there might be like a court case over literally everything that takes place in their house. I think they handle everything like it's a fucking legal trial. Every conversation is like this. They do, it is weird because they do pretty consistently throughout this game refer to stuff like that as testimony. I guess it is technically like I think it's a statement more than testimony, but they do keep calling it testimony in this game despite the fact that it's not technically one, I don't think. Because I think you're only testifying if you're in court. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rell moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. What a completely foolish line of thought from a thoroughly... Sorry, what a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool. If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? The person that attacked first of murderous intent, that would be... Well, it's usually the option that's the most insane. So let's go. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can be only one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. If there would evidence locker in the Fun Karma Mansion, there's a plate of half-eaten cookies Francisco won't let anyone remove because it's proof Santa Claus exists. Please. Yes. This includes Francisco when she's like 19, I assume. Absolutely. God, think about like if somebody fucking eats somebody else's leftovers and it's like a whole fucking ordeal. There's like crime scene tape involved. I'm telling you, everything is a court case with them.
Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing.
Evidence, correct?
Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins.
Stop hitting me.
Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime?
Of course. If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. Chocolate Milk Thermos Francisca continues well into her 30s. Oh, for sure. I think she... Here's my thought. I think she graduates to hot chocolate at some point. So that it is more convincingly... Because it looks more like coffee, I think is her reasoning. However, she will have a chocolate milk, but she'll put, like, ice cubes in the chocolate milk so that it looks like it's just, like, an iced, like, mocha or something like that. I think that's her vibe. Like, she'll do everything in her power to make it plausible, where it's like, even if you opened her thermos, you would think it was coffee, aside from the smell. I think that's the kind of person she is. She has a fucking reputation to maintain. But she is drinking her chalky milk every day. Secret Maya and Francisca friendship scene start with Maya realizing Fran has all the best snacks. Oh my god, please. Please. And her snack stashing abilities are unfucking matched. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence? My badge. My mentor said it was more chic to keep it in my pocket. That's... what a word. What a word. Chic. Not that it's more proper. Not that it's more common. It's more chic. It's en vogue, you know? What definitively proves that there was a third person involved, I wonder? I'm kind of tempted to just present the crime scene notes for like the 5th time, because statistically there's probably something in there. Because this game is kind of like that. We haven't talked about the plastic bag yet, which makes me think, because they made it sound like it's a piece of evidence that we haven't really like brought in, the way he phrased it. Which kind of leads me to believe that that might be the move. A window would be nice, but we don't have a window. It's not a piece of evidence. I think the window is... That's the tricky thing. So some things go into evidence, and usually stuff like observations will go into, like, the logic tab. So I don't think Miles has yet made the connection that the window is probably how the third person is involved. I think the game's gonna get there, but I think we have to put... we'll have to, like, put something else in our logic tab first, which I think we'll probably get from this argument. That's my assumption anyway, based on how it's worked before. But yeah, that's the confusing thing. I have such a hard time keeping straight which things go into evidence and which things go into Miles's brain, because usually they're completely separate. Generally speaking, objects go into evidence and like observations go into Miles's brain, but they've been known to... It's a little weird. I think it's an imperfect mechanic, even if it is fun. Is it the left-hand thing? Are we bringing that back? Maybe it's the left-hand thing. This is that very evidence. Oh, I think we've posted cringe.
And exactly how is this related?
Do you think you could explain it to me?
Yes, I could. There was no need for an explanation. Well, I have no idea how it's related, so could you please explain it to me?
Yes, well, let me guess. You can't explain it, can you?
At least the dialogue's funny. Oh, it's like it's a physical health bar when we're talking to Francisca. It would appear that I was wrong, but there is definitely a contradiction here. It should resolve itself if there truly was a third person here. I just need to go over the evidence and my thoughts once again. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O, the middle schooler can smell your weakness. It's gotta be either the bodies or the evidence bag, right? Like, it's gotta be one of those two. I'm gonna go evidence bag. I don't know how or why, but... Ha! Oh, it would take the gun or the bag, I guess. Okay, yeah, that tracks. That tracks, Sav. The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground. Well, maybe the window was open. Maybe the wind just blew in. Meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment. There's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Ooh. Huh. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two. Plot twist, it's Kay. She started the crimes early. She hasn't even stolen anything yet. When she's like 17 and you meet her in the game, she's like, I'm a master thief, but I haven't stolen anything yet. I love the idea that she would have started with murder at age like 10 or whatever, though. They were able to conceal their presence. Ah! I don't like yelling. I have neighbors. I live in an apartment. Imagine I yelled. Looks like we still got a long way to go in this investigation. He got really Brooklyn there for a sec. Yes. Who the fuck is that? Oh. Miss Callisto. What the heck's up with you, pal?
Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest.
What? Oh no. Sounds like all she's stolen is our hearts. Well, yours, I met her once, but it looks promising. That's the thing. She's a fucking delight. I had seen like jokes and posts about her before getting into the game, and she was basically exactly what I expected her to be. Like, what you think she is, she will be. She's wonderful. I love Kay Faraday. That's my daughter. What's the meaning of this?
Ha! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie.
Miss Yu, I'd ask that you please explain that last statement. Seeing the judge's legs? Very weird. It must be said. I guess that's true of like any Ace Attorney character's legs. You don't really get like a full body shot of them, but something about like the judge in particular, like I guess with most characters, right, you kind of are like, yeah, I know what their legs would look like. Like, yeah, of course he's wearing pants that match his shirt or whatever. The judge? I guess it's because you really never, like, everybody else you get kind of from the waist up. But the judge you really only ever get from the chest up, which is different. So I'm like, it's so jarring. It's so much more of him. I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time where there was no one in the hallway. What?
See, Mr. Bad. So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday?
No! Of course not, sir.
It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has just come tumbling down, Miles.
I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Was that statement really a lie?
Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was really there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not?
Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy.
All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly.
Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all.
Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something.
And what's that?
I like how Bad is also significantly more desaturated in character design than anybody else in this room. He looks like a fucking noir character, and everybody else is like so technicolor. See, I'm wondering if it might be Bad, because obviously something happens to Bad between now and 7 years from now, which kind of makes me think that he might have done something, dare I say, bad. Oh, god damn it. Is he the bad guy? Is he the bad guy who killed the guys? What if he also... What if he's the bad guy who killed Dead Man? What will we do then? This game is fucking stupid. He does got a bone to pick with the Great Thief. That's true. State of the hallway. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in that hallway at any time, correct?
Huh? Oh, of course not, pal.
You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me?
Watch your mouth, pal. You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without any evidence.
I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. If Bad is the bad guy, I'm gonna download these games immediately so I can rag on him. You're born with that name and still commit crimes? I mean, like, listen, because I think you're onto something. Because, like I said, obviously something happened to Detective Bad that he's not in the original trilogy. That's the interesting thing about a flashback case, right? Is, like, every character in this case is going to be written out somehow. Something's going to happen to all of them. Callisto might survive. It's just that we never see another defense attorney because we're Phoenix in, like, the original trilogy. So you can justify, like, if nothing happens with her, then she's probably just, like, doing other cases. But somebody like Detective Bad, it's like, why are you not on the force anymore? He doesn't have a gun. He has a mirror. Wonder why that is.
Miles Edgeworth, how can you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace.
Maybe I should ask about something else. What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Miles specifically thought he was gonna have a gun, but he doesn't. That's true! These games are not known for their coincidences or subtlety, either. I suppose Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing the crime.
Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir. Not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact?
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe?
I'm telling you, I am not lying.
The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here.
Subtlety in a game that names the first big bad who reaps what he sows after a life of causing turmoil karma? Who'd have thought? Truly. Subtlety in the Dead Man game? There's a character in Turnabout Airlines, I think, is one of the other cases in this game. She's a real sleepy girl, and her name is Cammy Meal. And I am obsessed with her. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy. Because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you?
Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. It was about a week ago.
Oh, I love her. Look at this sprite. I love her. What the fuck?
I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge.
Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
You totally misunderstood me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say.
Oh, he fucking did it. Detective Bad did it. Don't even fucking...
Sir.
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed per se. There are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Ms. Yu's perfect explanation. Yu isn't in later games because by the time Phoenix shows up, she's properly retired because she understands human limits. Gumshoe has never gotten a full detective vision. This is so fucking sad. I love the idea that Callisto Yu retired after, like, I don't even know how old she is or how long. I could probably look it up. I don't know how long she's been a defense attorney, but 22. God, she's young. God damn. And she's not like a rookie. She implicitly has been doing defense attorney shit for a while. God damn. Alright. I should go through all these real quick. I don't like front-facing Manfred von Karma. It must be said. My mentor has never known defeat in 35 years. A legendary prosecutor. Why is Bern Faraday doing a DreamWorks face? Why? What is this expression? I have failed to comment on it till now. But what is this? Dade man. Nothing more to say. Mackerel. Yatagarasu. Real identity unknown. Good job, Joshua. A girl with a balloon, but gender unknown. A girl, but we don't know her gender though. During the recess, she asked me to change some coins for her. I wonder what she needed $1 for. Was she getting snackies from the vending machine? Yeah, mackerel. Mackerel. I'd love to know the significance. The judge. What a load of mackerel indeed. God, Dick Gumshoe was only 26. He's so young. He's so youthful here. First crime scene. Seems very enthusiastic. Goes to you. Tyrell Bad, eagle-eyed homicide detective, was called in to be expert witness on the Yatagarasu case. Manny Cochin. Boy, he does not look 24. Been through a lot at 24, huh? Had a hard life at 24. Jesus. Franziska, my mentor's daughter, studying to be a prosecutor in Germany, back on break. She's so tiny. She's so tiny. It was about a week ago. Okay, I've never seen this. Mr. Faraday was upset? Yeah. You know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was, totally beat red in the face. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? I'm completely innocent, I tell you. The poor man. It was quite the scene with the detective. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." You just stood there, watching this unfold in front of you? Yeah, it was funny as fuck. I have to say, it was really enjoyable, too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. No way. I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. But you do! Huh? What have I got stuck on my face? Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, those ridiculous eyebrows. Huh? Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. Franziska's starting early on her campaign of bullying Gumshoe. She's actually already got the tracking device on him. Could you fucking imagine? Ms. Yu, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can even fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for your detectives to hate you people? Well, I guess they really shouldn't cut people's pay. Detective Bad. Don't tell me Mr. Fun Karma cut your salary earlier. What the fuck do I even have evidence about here? Don't like KG8 maybe? Any question found not guilty. Shadow of the honor group. What's his relation to the smuggling ring? That's interesting. There's been a smuggling ring subplot going on in pretty much every case so far, so that's been interesting. The victim is CCU. I need to press more. I can't. Like, nothing she's saying is, like, relevant to any evidence I have. At least not that I can think of. You call your explanation perfect? Is it not to your liking?
Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh? Is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I read it? Sure. Yeah, you have no fucking evidence.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, probably motive for killing Mr. Rao. God, please, somebody tell her Francisca's about to be a lawyer. That'd be so fucking funny. This little child, this tiny horse girl. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rell? Huh. His motive for killing Rel? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea.
What? But that's impossible. She must know something.
Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh.
I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away.
Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway.
Oh? Would you care to explain your logic?
And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight, or is that a requisite trait for being a fun karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up.
Something I'm really enjoying right now is that based on how the sprites are arranged, I know that this is like a thing for like spacing of screen, but it really, really looks like Francisca standing on a box right now. If you look at like how their waists line up, she is very clearly standing on ground above Miles. She is so much smaller than him. I just wanted to take a moment for that. I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men.
Oh god.
Oh, you're right, because based on where they're standing, she really could be. Could you fucking imagine? No one even tries to stop her.
Horrifying thought.
Mr. Rell, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other.
I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KG-8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member. And the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? Yeah, okay, so they really want me looking at this case file right about now. Well, okay. So, Manny Cochin was found not guilty. And boy, do we know that Callisto Yu was not pleased with that man. And there was the victim, CCU, clearly some relation to Callisto. And Bad was also on that case, or we'll have to see. There's a lot going on here. So, Sav, something that also might add a layer to this, I actually don't know if I have explained or implied this hard enough, but something interesting about Kay Faraday specifically, the girl Kay Faraday, is that she, in present time, is the successor to Yatagarasu. That is why she's a little crime baby, because she's like, I am the thief Yatagarasu now. So it's unclear. It feels a bit like Mr. Faraday is probably her father, given that they have the same last name, which makes one wonder if he might have been Yatagarasu. But then it wouldn't quite track, because she mentions in the present day that she only recently took up the mantle, which kind of makes it sound like... I don't know what it makes it sound like. Because I think in present day, Yatagarasu has been active recently, but it wasn't Kay, because she hasn't stolen anything yet. So it's a little unclear, the situation there. So I don't know that it was Mr. Faraday, because I think she mentioned she's only the second Yatagarasu. But I do think somebody here probably is the original Yatagarasu, and they're probably still alive right now, but I don't know. That's a layer to consider with that. Maybe there's two. Maybe it's like a mask-to-mask thing, where it's like one person's doing it, but then the other person's masterminding it. I don't know. Okay, clearly this is the statement that I have to have an issue with. If Faraday dies in yeah, I just don't know. It's a whole thing. And then it's like, well, okay, so if Mr. Faraday was not Yatagarasu, then clearly whoever is Yatagarasu, like, took Kay under their wing after her father died, and that's why she's, like, the successor now. That's my thinking anyways, that Yatagarasu is still, like, alive and at large and, like, is going to take Kay in after this happens, because her dad just died. And nobody in Ace Attorney has a mother except for the Fays. So... I don't know where I'm going with this. But there's something. There's something there. Clearly there's a connection. I don't know how compelling this actually is, but we're gonna give it a go. Yeah! Someone Manfred von Karma'd her. Maybe it would... that would be fucked up if true. That would be really fucked up. Ooh. Miles' silly little girl gets to be his foil as a treat. God, that's so fucked. Jesus. Miss Yu, I believe there's someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Kodopian Embassy staff, Mr. Manny Cochin. That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kodopian Embassy staff, Mr. Rell, and the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Cochin had no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. You covered for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it! You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Cochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out. Hold it.
You want to investigate Cochin? You'd just be wasting your time.
And why is that?
Cochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived.
And the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe.
I suppose so.
No way. Come on, Detective Bad. You gotta believe me, sir. I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir. I never took a single step into this room, sir. Okay, and are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway?
No. There was no one else, sir.
Then why should I believe you didn't do it?
That is one incredibly foolish detective. Standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt.
I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up "I spaced out while on duty" or the like.
Come on, Gumshoe. Time for your interrogation.
Oh, he's so sad. Window Theory is gonna come in. Listen, we can't give up on Window Theory. We can't give up on that window. It's coming back. It's coming back with a vengeance.
Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa.
And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone?
Well, I suppose we should be getting back to our real jobs now, huh?
Before you do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about.
What is it?
Let's speak.
So, what did you want to ask me about?
The current case of the murdered Kodopian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident.
Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it?
I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
The bailiff has been saluting the whole time, huh? Just standing there. The fact that she calls him Papa, I hate that I want to see their relationship. Yeah, especially, so... Yeah. That's also like a very... Because I feel like she still calls him Papa even when she's older. Although maybe she never does refer to him directly that way. But yeah, it's gotta be extremely complex what's going on between Francisca and her father, especially like when you see as she gets older and her kind of views on him seem to change. Like I think a lot about the line in I think is it Bridge to the Turnabout? There's a time when she appears in court and the judge goes like, "Oh, are you the daughter of Manfred von Karma?" And she just goes, "Of the legendary Manfred von Karma," and she's just like, "Legends are a thing of the past. I'm a von Karma, nothing more." And that is, she has thought about something, clearly. And I just think about that a lot. I think it's, I don't know, I agree that I'm like fascinated by it in kind of a strange way, just because I feel like that kind of like messy, complex relationship with one's parents is something that is very interesting in fiction.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop with the false accusations. Baseless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know?
I do. But I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here.
I think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me. If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second.
I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is.
She went, can't I look at the dead bodies? And he caved immediately.
Yeah, I think, like, there's something to be said about the fact that, like, it seems clear that she's kind of well, I don't know. Miles is maybe the golden child, but also, like, it's clear that the relationship between Manfred and Miles is very different than the relationship between Manfred and Franziska. You know, in the sense that, like, Miles isn't, like, his child, and so I think there's kind of, like, Miles is sort of the golden child of the mentorship, which is, I think, why Franziska is so obsessively competitive with him, because she's constantly trying to prove herself, because Miles is being valued sort of more than his own daughter, at least she feels. But then at the same time, yeah, she kind of gets whatever she wants, probably because she's working so hard to impress him constantly. I think if she fucked up for even a second, things would go a little bit differently. It's very interesting. There's a lot, there's layers, I think. Ms. Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That file is your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? Your connection to the KG-8 incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face that I couldn't help but... Ms. Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU. As I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Cochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Cochin's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. Then the evidence had been tampered with? Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Cochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense on this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. A man in black, like a thief? Like a thief with a lot of crow and raven-themed imagery? I don't know, Yatagarasu probably translates to something, but there is specifically that thief leaves a calling card with a symbol of a three-legged crow on it, which is like one of the pins that Kay wears later on when she's older. So dressed in black probably tracks with Yatagarasu in particular. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean, you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? Yeah, Takarasu means big crow, I think. That? Alright, well, yeah. Alright, that would do it. that would do it if so. Why did Mr. Cochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. Sorry. He figured he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine. Really, I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? Yeah, Takarasu's a Shinto figure. Okay, that makes sense. That tracks. Yeah, I figured it was probably something... I assumed that there was a reason they didn't, like, translate the name. That makes sense. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. You are 20 years old with gray hair. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know? Laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. I love this woman. An ancient crow with 3 legs who guided emperors to various locations is like a god of guidance and is regarded as an incarnation of the sun. Okay, that's why the 3-legged crow symbol then. It's a representation of the Shinto Yatagarasu. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. It is my belief that these 2 cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly this case is far from over, but whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. To be continued. I think now is a quality time to call ourselves a quick break so that I may refill my beverage and make sure my cat hasn't gotten into anything he shouldn't have, and give my voice a little rest. And then we'll get back to it, because this is fun. I'm enjoying this case so far. I feel very spoiled. I'm very ready to continue investigating. So, let's give it a good usual 10 to 15 minutes, depending how quickly I get bored of being on break. And we'll get back to it. Alright, I'm back with chocolate milk and ice cream. Famously good for when your voice is getting tired. I kid, but dairy coats the throat, which makes it feel, I'm sure I'll get junked up, but it makes it feel less strenuous to me. And isn't that what matters at the end of the day?
hello. Let's get back into it. I don't want to delay any longer. I gotta know what happens next. How do we clear our good friend Richard's name? I must know. I must continue with this game. I'm having such a good time. I can understand why people aren't necessarily huge fans of this particular game. It's not Shakespeare, but like, it's fun. I think people should chill out. It's a fun, nice game. I'm enjoying it. Sir, what is to become of the trial into the Kodopian Embassy staff member's murder?
Indeed, since both the subject and the prosecutor are now dead.
Welcome back, Grace. We just got started again.
The case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here, prematurely.
Ha! Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut.
Ah, that's because his big debut isn't till that one case where he's a dick to Mia. I think that's mentioned that that's his first time in court. I suppose it can't be helped.
The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while.
Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Kodopian Embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell? Let off shortly after Edgeworth and Francisca started investigating the bodies. Edgeworth and Francisca had a bit of a back and forth about, basically, like, the order of events, and we've determined that they did not kill each other, that it was clearly, like, a third person who did that. Honestly, a lot of what we were talking about was kind of just coming to that conclusion. We think that the open window has something to do with the third person being able to... Because it's kind of a locked room murder, because nobody was seen coming or going. Going theory, for us, the game hasn't brought it up yet, was that somebody, like, shot through the open window, and that's how... I think Rel was the one who was shot, died. But yeah, basically most of the investigating was just kind of figuring that part out. There was some, like, contradictions and stuff, with regard to Faraday was holding the gun in his right hand, but he's left-handed, provably. So that was weird. Basically, it was a third person clearly killed both of them and then set it up to make it look like they killed each other. So, that's kind of where we're at. I explained that really poorly and convolutedly. But yeah, so now Gumshoe is under suspicion. So he was arrested, but we don't think it was him, but he's clearly lying about something, we don't know why.
What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete.
An outrageous circus. Right, sir.
I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case.
Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it.
Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation. Yeah, judge the memories. Give him a judge.
Whatever for.
I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt.
Perfect proof? Don't make me laugh.
A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection. Oh, Jesus.
Papa, Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders?
Oh, she is distracting him. She is distracting him.
Miles and I were competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really great opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish.
Then, you're allowing us to continue?
In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning.
Literally siblings. Literally siblings. Correct, Sav.
We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francisca, see to it that I'm not disturbed save for the results of your competition.
Yes, sir.
Of course, Papa.
Does that mean he isn't coming back? Does that mean that's the last we're gonna see of him because they're not gonna fucking talk to him? Francisca, thank you.
What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means the competition is still on.
Yes, just as you wished.
I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth.
So she helped him stop getting yelled at, and now she's pretending that she didn't help him. Because she's too proud to admit that she might care about another person. They literally are siblings who care about each other. Screaming. I love them. I love them.
So my first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case.
Nope, first order of business, talk to our big sister.
It feels like there's a whole backside to this case we're not seeing.
Here we had thought that it was a case where the two men killed each other.
We're lacking in information. And as a fun karma, I can hardly call this a perfect investigation.
Indeed, it is as you say.
I can't believe we agree on something.
Just what is so revolting about agreeing?
Anyway, our first move should be to speak with everyone related to this case.
Indeed. Even if you had not said it, I was planning to do so anyway. I didn't help you get what you want because I care about you. I'm selfish, said Francisca, caringly as she cared quite a big deal and was in fact angry about how much she cared. Exactly! Francisca Fun Karma. God, the character of all time, Francisca Fun Karma. What was that lash for? Hang on. I'm sorry to bother you again. What do you think about this?
Do you think you can win this competition by simply showing that to me?
Not at all. In fact, I was planning to thank you. I wouldn't be a prosecutor today without you and your father.
I didn't really do much. You became a prosecutor first, that's all. But just you wait and see, Miles Edgeworth. Very soon, I'll be a prosecutor too.
Good. Then we can both send criminals away together as colleagues.
But you can be sure that I will always get more convictions than you.
It's almost cute that she's going this far to insist that she'll always win. Almost. Them. I care them. I care them so very, very much. Ms. Yu.
Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you?
Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? I'm losing her voice, I'm sorry.
You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Francisca von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name.
About to?
I guess that means for now you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are.
Why are you whipping me? 13-year-old girl's like, you should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I love her.
Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting.
Terribly sorry, but I have but a few more questions to ask of you.
Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. I had to ask of you. What exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere.
Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school.
I feel so much better now. So, what is it you want to talk about?
I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. You gotta stop saying shit like inquire. Fuck you.
By we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. Sorry, I skipped one of her lines.
You were with Detective Bad? Why?
We had a little something to discuss, that's all.
So, I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad?
Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG-8 incident.
Detective Bad is also related to that incident?
That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth?
Miles Edgeworth! I have no idea what you two are talking about.
I've heard of the KGA incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister.
You're making that super serious face again.
I'm fine. Really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt in his wounded pride every time I see him.
The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy.
Huh. Speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday. I'd say they made up just about every single time the Yatagarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes.
I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. You claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad.
But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Rell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked.
And what did you talk with Detective Bad about?
Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more.
Bloody... Were you about to say bloody hell, you fucking... I hate Miles Edgeworth. I hate him. Bloody... When she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults.
Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2.
Bloody hell, I'm Edgeworth. I hate him.
I see.
I hate him, Grace. I hate this man. Edgeworth pretends to be British online. Stop. I don't know if Edgeworth is online. The thought of Edgeworth, like, I know that he's like I know that he's God, how old is he? I don't know what year he was born in. I think he's like somewhat older.
Oh, he's like Lisa's age, I think.
Because she mentioned once that she's like the same age as him in Phoenix. So he's like a bit older than us, and yet somehow it is so difficult for me to imagine Miles Edgeworth using like a website. I don't know what it is, but like, could you imagine Miles Edgeworth on a website? Something about it. Imagine Miles Edgeworth logging into twitter.com. Unbelievable. But it's like, he's like, he uses a feather fucking quill. Yeah, so, because the games take place in like, like the late 2010s. He's like 20, he's like in his mid-20s in like 2019, I think. He calls Gumshoe whenever he wants to use the internet. Yeah, so he's like, so he was born in like the mid-90s, I think. Early mid-90s, something like that. Because he's, in 2019, he's like 25, 26, I think. So he would have been like 93, 94-ish. Yeah. Anyway, the point is, he's like under 30, but the thought of him using a webbed site is somehow unfathomable to me. I'm like, the thought of him uttering the word Google is beyond me. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct?
Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG8, I began to ask Mr. Rel all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out, Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. He had just made that up.
He made it up?
Mr. Rel's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras. But there is no footage of him sneaking into the Kodobian embassy itself.
You're right. It doesn't help that we see Edgeworth's phone in this game, and it is literally a Nokia brick. It like doesn't have a screen. It's so fucking old. Or it's got like one of those screens that like clearly only displays like the number you're dialing. And everybody else has the fucking... Like, it's funny because I do think that Miles is... I think his phone looks older than everybody else's phones. And everybody else still has those fucking, like, slide-up texting phones. Francisca, like, just recently got one with a camera on the back of it. As of one of the earlier cases in this game. But I do think... Just from looking, I think the implication that Edgeworth's phone is old even for everybody else's phones. Which I love. That's truthful. That's true to life. He would not have like one of those texter phones yet. Never mind that this... I love it. I love that these games are like, they take place in like the late 2010s, but they feel so aggressively of their time. It's like hard to believe. I love it.
Hold on for just 1 second. Then, you mean to say that you knew he was not the real Yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him?
Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals.
That's why defense lawyers are so detestable. But they are no match for us Vodkarmas.
I don't believe it. You're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about?
Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier?
I have my own agenda.
I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright?
I have no need for an iPhone. Completely unnecessary. You know that it's iPhone. I know you know that. It's 2019. Literally. Edgeworth is just permanently stuck in like 2005. Everyone hates him for it. Something about you defending a known killer? Sorry, I skip lines when I get distracted.
Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever.
So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Ms. Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them.
Requests from companies?
The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives? You're not very funny or witty, are you, little miss, One Karma?
Franziska! Be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we may be sued by...
There. I chose carefully, just like you wanted.
I love them. He pretends to be British in emails. Miles Edgeworth would use British English spellings despite being American, and everyone would want to kick his ass for it.
Of course it was.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
And, so, in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief.
Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely. Suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Wrong, we're going to look at everything in the room. Oh. Oh, okay. We can just go in the courtroom? Okay. I'm the judge now. Why does my pain give the delight? He's talking about everyone watching. I thought the same thing. It's like me. I'm the two women who delight in his pain.
This must be the judge's desk. You can tell by the gavel sitting on top.
I had a dream once that I was being squashed from above by this gavel.
You're such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth.
You have no idea how frightening it was.
Oh, that's so stupid. That's so stupid, thank God for it.
It's the viewing gallery. This is where the riffraff sit when they come to watch.
It's situated at the same height as the judge's bench. I wonder if that's to represent the intense scrutiny of each and every case from all sides.
Miles Edgeworth, are you or are you not man enough to stand up to all those eyes?
What sort of... Of course I'm man enough.
Why do they let you do this?
Any day now I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench.
By that time, I should already be standing here.
It'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it?
If that were to happen, Franziska, I'll eat my cravat. It's the defense attorney's bench. I'd probably be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened. Oof.
What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking.
Well, I never. I'll have you know I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow. Good God. It's the witness stand.
I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty.
Every witness. There are others besides the defendants that stand at this podium, you know.
I don't care. Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these.
Oof.
Or you'll be sorry.
I'll keep that in mind. Wow, there's a lot of fun dialogue in this here bit. This is all just optional. You can just miss all this. Every detective that testifies, every witness, guilty, guilty, all of them. Oh my god, I can't believe they just do that. Sir, nothing to report, sir. Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job?
Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then this guard can have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream.
Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now.
This area is restricted to authorized personnel only, sir.
If I'm not authorized personnel, then what, may I ask, do you think I am?
The younger sibling of a dysfunctional relationship?
I'm not the younger one. He is. Now get that straight in your head.
I believe there is a more objectionable part you should be upset over, Francisca.
I can't stop the water, sir.
It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much.
Bunch of fools who pretended not to see the foolishly foolish actions of a foolish fool.
Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand?
As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later.
She seems to have quite the grudge. It sounds to me like someone wanted a drink.
Oh, let her have a sip. Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed.
Not exactly a fan of plastic models, per se. But even I can sense the superb quality of this model.
I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle.
Oh, I see.
You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things.
Oh, like you are, like, exactly. Exactly. Edward is standing there lying to himself right now. Is he into Steel Samurai yet? Do we know that? We don't know if he was a Steel Samurai fan at this point. He's still very much under the influence of Manfred von Karma, and clearly Francisca is like enjoying things is cringe. You can't do that. Yes, perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here.
It's an incredibly detailed model, isn't it?
Heard that it costs as much to make as it costs to build the courthouse itself.
What was the point of making such an expensive model?
I felt the exact same way upon hearing it.
Ugh, it's so hard to understand such foolishness.
Agreed.
Miles Edgeworth!
Yes?
What's the meaning of this bulletin board? Why are there so few trials posted?
It would appear that the entire week is devoted to Mr. Rell's trial.
Is the crime rate really that low in this country? Or maybe the police lack the proper motivation to get out there and catch the criminals?
I'm afraid I can't comment on that, however. I can say that I have my doubts about the younger detectives.
Sounds to me like they're in need of a stricter hand. And I'll start my discipline regiment with that pathetic, filthy-coated detective.
I feel bad for the big guy, and yet I can find no suitable reason to stop her. I think that's everything. Maybe? Oh, no, this here. It's a bookshelf. What's this? Judge's Trial Exchange Log. It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages.
There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel.
Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite.
I have no use for such foolishly foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd.
Someone please assure me this is not the true state of this country's judiciary. They like oysters, leave them alone! This is so good. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal, you're here. Ouch!
As am I.
I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't. This case really was made in a lab for me. I feel like every second of this case I'm winning. We got fun Karma siblings interactions. We got baby Francisca. We have a character who is here mostly just to laugh at Edgeworth. We got Gumshoe, early Gumshoe. We got all kinds of stupid dialogue that is completely optional, but is very funny and stupid and pointless, and I love it. Yeah, they really did just make this one in a lab just for me. I knew I was gonna like it, because I did know it was a flashback case. I did know that we were gonna see baby Francisca, but that was really about all I knew about it. And I feel like I'm winning today. I'm so... Yeah, we'll have it extremely focused on Edgeworth and Francisca's dynamic. We'll have Edgeworth at peak cringe and make a character whose primary trait is pointing out how cringy he is and throwing a bunch of Easter eggs. Yeah. I feel catered to right now. This was fan service just for me. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is. That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will ya? I would have done so even had you not requested me to, detective. So, you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really, really late. That's when he gave me that huge speech.
I remember doing the exact same thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom. Oh. Francisca.
How pathetic for the detective to be compared to a mere schoolchild. That's so cute. Why did she admit that? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's so cute. I'm gonna die. Why would she admit that? Oh, that's so fucking cute. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet, something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Ow! Your words sting worse than your whip, pal. So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Ooh, doesn't that just make you think? So Detective Bad has him stand right outside the room, and then there's an open window in the room. And nobody else was seen in the hallway.
Doesn't it all just make you think? Now then, Detective Gumshoe.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nope, not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage.
I'm sorry, that letter A was from... I hit like a emulator hotkey that wasn't in the game. If you saw that pop up.
Wait, you can't do that.
Is it just gonna show what buttons I'm pressing now? Get out of my sight. How do I undo whatever that is? What have I done? What have I done here? Do not display input.
Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know.
And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Duh! Hands off, pal!
Just show it to us already.
Yow!
Annual bonus check within. $5 total. Except there is no check inside.
You've had your look, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. Oh. Just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. So that envelope is really special to me. Now give it back.
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
How could you? Oh.
Give it back. Give it back, Siska.
I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now.
I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Understood, but please make it brief, sir.
I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. I assume I have to show him his testimony. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct?
No mistake about it, pal.
Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either? Is that also correct?
Yep. Not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself.
Huh? Oh. But it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I could even imagine.
Probably true. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. Why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. Yes.
There she is!
Oh my god, I wasn't ready for that! Oh my god. I just wanted to take a bite of ice cream. I fucking almost choked on it. Oh my god. Nothing could have prepared me. How could you have not noticed that coming? Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Oh god. Yeah, I love Kay Faraday.
kids can sometimes be so cruel.
It looks like she dropped something. Swiss roll? Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet. Oh my god. I believe I've asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who is correct. The judge or that
We have to confirm who is correct. The judge or that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next, then.
I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisca? Is it this way? It's this way. So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, Detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor.
And I'm Manfred von Karma's daughter, Francisca von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended I bit my tongue.
Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me as just Ms. von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine.
Apparently, somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Francisca, give her your first high five, and it's to young Kay. You there! You kicked Miles Edgeworth in the groin. You have earned my respect. Here is my business card.
Very well, then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony. Yes? What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. All right. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law. I'm obsessed with the judge being a witness in this. That's fun. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements.
Yay!
Hallway. You gonna have another staring contest with yourself? I won't rest until I've inspired. Hey. Hey. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. I can look outside. However, I doubt the killer could have escaped through here.
Of course not. This is the 3rd floor, after all.
It appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out.
Bars? What bars?
Can you not see them from your—
Oh, she's short. Oh, she's short. Can you not see them from your vantage point?
I must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again.
Oh, she's short and you are not allowed to mention it.
What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. The balloon. It's the balloon. I feel like I've seen something like this before.
Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. You know, the fact that there is a litter running loose inside this courthouse. It's simply unforgivable.
It's not like it was I who littered.
Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin.
Girl, you are so European.
What's the matter?
I pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. didn't think the needles on this thing would be so... You touched them? You touched them on purpose. You touched the cactus on purpose. Grace, that is extremely true. She is absolutely like that. Taller people that have dire health consequences. Yeah, exactly.
Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case.
Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Okay.
Oh, well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it's related.
I might be able to logic this with the balloon, maybe. The implication being that the balloon popped on the cactus, maybe. Yeah. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon.
I suppose that's possible.
The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. You're such a loser.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
Sweet. Ants? The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squashed under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants.
Same goes for you, Francisca. I think that's probably it. Oh, no, there's a down. Oh. The dirt on this bench. It smells like some sort of sweet substance.
Can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame!
Calm down, Francisca. Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you?
I suppose it could be.
Which means, perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench.
I see. Then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob.
You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to?
Sir, yes, sir. I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir.
And, do we know who they belong to?
Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. Lot to unpack here.
And there you have it.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Dirt.
What are these black speckles?
I believe it's a pile of ants eating away.
That detective, he claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet here is a whole hill of them.
my impression of Adrian doing a bailiff impression. Thank you. I'm glad it's coming across. I'm putting a lot of hard work into it. I'm going for, I think, a slightly different thing than he does, but I'm trying to capture the spirit. What are you hitting me for?
That's a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts.
Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll.
Miles Edgeworth. The courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
Oh, it wasn't me that dropped food on the ground. The courthouse must be kept clean. Help him. Help him. Are those distinct? They seem distinct. I can look outside, however I doubt the killer could have escaped through here. Of course not. This is... the bars. Bars? What bars?
short people. Swiss roll from a vending machine that a dollar bill would access. Makes you think. Okay. I guess there's not unique dialogue for the window or the bars. Sorry, Edgeworth, for getting your ass beaten repeatedly over this.
It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods.
Hot dog, beef jerky, ham sandwich. Just lovely. What will they think of next?
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced.
The lineup is simply awful. Period.
Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine.
I was wondering about that myself. Oh good, I can look around. Credit card accepted. Oh good, I'm glad. I think I might have seen some dialogue from this part. From one of those, like, Twitter quote bots. Even so, I don't think I'm prepared. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was... Prosecutor Winston Payne.
What a pathetic slogan. No presence at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in a Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs. Overruled!
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun?
Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name?
Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up.
Grace, I will absolutely do that for you.
You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad and I'm now utterly famished. Oh, she's hungry.
If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask like a normal person. I love that. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you.
It sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge.
Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence?
Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long.
Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Defendant's fresh milk. What? What? I'm sorry. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Grace, tell me when... Okay, you've got your screenshot. Good.
I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now.
No, I...
Excuse... Hello? Hello? Miles? I have to get through this.
No. I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants. What the fuck? Miles Edgeworth, you can't possibly be serious. Of course not. Who is responsible? I want names and addresses. What the fuck? Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. End of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose that the only time you can eat is now, huh? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after. Oh, wait, that's cute! You can't. No. No, you can't be so wholesome right now. Not after what you've done. Video game. You can't. You can't do that. You want to share a Swiss roll? Shut up.
We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me.
If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together.
What the... If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it.
Oh. How dare they say some shit that cute after what you fucking did? I can't believe this. I cannot believe this.
Doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area.
I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer?
No, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
I guess we know all of the players in this case then, huh?
It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. Yeah, that was very whiplash-inducing.
He's making a most ridiculous-looking face.
It may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose.
I suppose, but to Avon Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight.
Of course. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. There are no signs that this fire extinguisher was used in the crime.
If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it?
Francisca, let's not try to rush absolute genius. Fuck off, I love them. I love them even if I hate them a little bit right now. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Hey, how about doing some actual work, you?
I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess. You're getting in the way of the investigation. I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here. Faraday. That guy was just accused, you know? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me.
A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Francisca, I think you need to apologize.
I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue.
Used the phone on the first floor. I called the precinct. Told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard? Excuse me, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rel off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt him. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
And around what time did all of that take place?
Let's see. I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh? And how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to?
That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I, we were in lobby number 1, next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1.
That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall, and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
I am about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else.
You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare.
Just joking.
Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave.
We about done.
Is there anything else I should ask him about? Detective Bad, where were you when you heard the gunshot?
How many times are you gonna ask that? I was in defendant lobby number 1 when I heard the gunshot.
It's exactly the same as what he said earlier when I asked.
Now get out of here. You're getting in the way.
I'm not through questioning you yet.
Alright.
I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add.
His testimony certainly corroborates with what Ms. Yu said.
Miles, you already asked him about that, remember?
I suppose I should ask about something else. Alright, whatever. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot.
It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding, but I got the sense he wasn't gonna show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. Just as I thought that, bang! The sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums.
So he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh?
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing.
I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene, or rather that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer?
I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles.
You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation?
Do as you like.
Alright. Anything to say, Aji? Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor.
Very well. You may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after.
Oh! I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony.
I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Oh, Miles, I have bad news.
Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can clearly see into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going into the restroom, that detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines, buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off.
Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh?
I wonder if you can really see the men's bathroom window from that one there.
You can. I'm looking at it right now.
I demand that you show me this view at once.
I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. That's probably all I'm gonna find out from His Honor. His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime.
The judges in this country seem rather friendly.
Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Do you have anything to say to me, Siska?
Yes, so much. This is a pretty spacious hallway, but it's nothing compared to the ones at home.
Indeed, because Mr. Von Karma's house is a bit too spacious.
However, even with this much space, there's nowhere for that scruff face to hide. Well, other than the crime scene just beyond those doors.
Francisca, I believe it's much too early to draw any conclusions. It was already proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Now all we need to do is gather more information. And to do that, I'll just have to examine everything I see here by myself.
So, According to the judge, someone looking through the restroom window that you can see from the window at the end of this hall can see into this hall. I wonder exactly how true that statement is, don't you?
Well, it is possible to get a pretty clear view of this hallway from that restroom.
Is there really a men's bathroom window through the window at the end of this hall?
Of course. Can you not see it?
Ugh.
I demand that you show me this view at once.
Suppose I should go examine that window once again anyway. We'll get there.
We've gathered so much information, but they feel like just random fragments to me. I wonder what really happened here.
Random fragments. No matter how unrelated they may seem at first, they might actually fit together somehow.
I grow tired of your inner monologues. Say something!
Ugh. Going to end up in pieces thanks to that whip before I can piece the logic together. I'm obsessed with these two. I already checked this area earlier. So that window on the other side belongs to the men's restroom. I can't see it. At your height, I'm not surprised. Edgeworth, you have a death wish. Oh. I guess short people have feelings too. Sorry. Short people have feelings too. Sorry, Miles. I was just trying to see if there was maybe different dialogue. Anything new about this? Sorry, Edgeworth, that all I do is get you your ass beat, but unfortunately, most of your dialogue seems to end that way. You have anything more to say?
Fingerprints, officer? Oh, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
I guess all we know is that
right here in the crime scene somewhere. Okay. Well. Do you have anything else to say? Anything more, Short Queen? Maybe it's logic time. I always forget that you have to, like, stop and do logic every now and again. Oh, Swiss Roll Chrome's vending machine. Easy. Easy. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll?
a Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that?
It may not seem like the right venue. However, it is being sold right over there. We just had a conversation about this, Francisca. You didn't want to share with me.
The vending machine. Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do till the end, until the end with these. 2 for $6. Talk about expensive.
Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now.
Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Oh, okay, so,
Gumshoe was always in the hallway, he just sat down. That's all it is. The judge couldn't see him in the hallway because he sat down at the bench here. And he smeared his hand on it and dropped some crumbs because he was eating his little snacky. He never left the hallway. He didn't lie.
He just disappeared from view because he was sitting. And the fact that he's higher up means that even if like he's like as tall enough to be like right here, like even if he's significantly tall when he's sitting, because the judge would be looking from, I think the men's room was below. It kind of looked like it was a floor down. I could be wrong about that, but that might put him at like a disadvantage.
Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I?
Why are the balloon remains there? Clearly something happened with Kay. Or something. Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. Okay, I see the game just caught up to me. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench.
Ugh, how could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable.
Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts.
A contradiction? Where?
I think another... Oh, yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, wait. Guys, wait. He said that he had exactly $5 to his name. Guys, Gumshoe had $5, and Kay cashed out with Edgeworth for $1. Guys, Gumshoe and Kay split a pack of Swiss rolls. Guys. Gumshoe and Kay split a pack of Swiss rolls. This is the real deductive reasoning. They literally went halvesies. I'm in shambles. That's so cute. He had $5 and she had $1. They split it! I'm gonna die. Can't leave. Have to figure out something. Alright, well, I'm out of things to do logic about, so that's not it. Frisco, let's talk evidence. Oh, wait, hang on. More dialogue. Gumshoe's keeping quiet so Kay isn't involved because it's her dad. Oh, yeah, that's what- so he's lying about having seen her. Because she probably shouldn't be running around the courthouse like that. This is all very much. That just hit me, yeah.
Miles Edgeworth, that contradiction you were talking about. I demand that you show it to me at once.
Detective Gumshoe really did buy a pack of Swiss rolls for himself. That fact creates a contradiction with what I know about this case. He only had $5. You're telling me that you haven't figured it out yourself yet, Francisca?
Of course I figured it out. But I thought I'd let you have the glory, just this once.
She really doesn't like to lose, does she? $5. Not this. Where is it? $5.
Scruffy's annual bonus envelope? What a useless piece of evidence.
Yes, well, obvious point aside, what do you think about the low amount of money?
Pathetic amount for a pathetic detective. I think it rather suits him.
But don't you think it's a bit too low, even for an officer like him?
By his pay, I can tell he's a fool that I'd never trust anything to. A foolish fool like him would only blotch my record with foolishly foolish mistakes. Well, not that it matters. I'll never have to work with that pathetic fool anyway.
Well, Francisca, about that. That was a bit harsh, even for you, Francisca. was wondering what you think of this piece of evidence. Alright, well... breaking the rules, etc. This competition, battle of wits. If you ask someone for an opinion, you should start with yourself. In other words, you have no real opinions about this piece of evidence, do you? Oh, Francisca, how the turns about. Do I have any logic yet? I don't have any logic yet. Boy, I'm just gonna be ahead of the ahead of the game here for a bit. Huh. They're gonna take their time getting to Gumshoe and K when halvesies on a Swiss roll packet, huh? Well, I know. I am not really sure. Do I need to maybe, like, look at the... Okay, there's something more to look at here, so I think I need to look at the Swiss rolls again. Oh, here we go. I got it now. I can deduce now. You see... Eureka! Cringe ass. I'm shoving you in the locker. He didn't have even a single penny on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. A detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? Kay gave him $1. Kay gave him $1 so they go halvesies. I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Well, I do too. Alright, Francisca. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first. So you go ahead. I love her. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well. But first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, is nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma. Silence in the courtroom. Silence, I said. Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred Von Karma. Too fast. Too fast. You bit your tongue again, didn't you? As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well then. Your testimony, if you please. I assume that Manfred just, like, intimidated somebody into compliance, but I guess I don't know what kind of sway he has in Germany specifically. We only really know about his reputation in the States, so it's tough to say. He probably also could have bribed someone just because he seems to have considerable monies. Definitely one of the two, though. During the recess, I went to the restroom. There's a window in the hallway, so I can see in the hallway. Hi. His voice makes me yawn. We know this. This is established. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. Aha! When I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared.
detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now.
During the recess...
What do I have as evidence? Concretely. Oh, okay, I have the fingerprints, that'll do. Yeah. He was simply eating a snacky, Your Honor.
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony?
If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I, myself, never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
If you must know, the uncouth bench solier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
No? Well, that's good. But who was it?
We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committing just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse, too. Guilty.
Wow, he's just like Edgeworth was in the first case, where he's like, wow, I can't believe the person who murdered somebody in my office made a fucking mess of the place. Books are all over, they knocked over my tea set. This is bullshit. The guy who killed somebody in my office should not be so untidy about it next time. This game is good. Well, it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench. We have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. Yet.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. He spent his entire bonus check on a pack of Swiss rolls and then he fucking dropped it on the floor. I'm genuinely devastated on behalf of Gumshoe right now. That genuinely hurts a little bit. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench. And Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window. Oh, you are gonna get your ass kicked.
Ugh. I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence.
Basically what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Then...
It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Oh, Sorry.
Did he just hold it? Ah! That's kind of fun. That's kind of cute.
I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it.
I can't believe it's canon that Franziska has always been capable of kicking Miles' ass because not one person went, maybe the child should not have a weapon if she's going to hurt people with it. Oh, would you like to be the person who tries to take it away from her? I feel like the people are not for her having it. I just think that nobody wants to be the person to step in and say, "Hey, Franziska, give me that." Is there something of value that you'd like to say?
Yes, actually, there is. I remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he?
That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right?
I suppose it's possible that you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
He sat with Kay at the bench. Kay sat next to him at the bench and it popped her balloon. That's what it was. Gumshoe sat down at the bench and Kay Faraday sat right next to him and her balloon got popped and everybody thought it was the gunshot. Oh.
How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others.
Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time?
I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
I'm sorry. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now.
Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that.
He dropped his roll. He was started by the balloon. Oh my god, it's all connected.
Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? Or party popper?
The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Okay. Alright. When exactly? When did you go to the bathroom? Your Honor, about what you just said.
I know. I couldn't believe it myself.
Jump in the air like this, just like this. Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself, yes. I heard the gunshot and look. There was no one there.
This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact. I pointed this out with a thing of Edgeworth and Kay earlier, but now they're both doing it too. They're making the same siblings. Your Honor, siblings. Franziska, if I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality.
I know that. And that's why I said at this point.
I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information from His Honor. This game is really good. I can't believe, because I saw people say that they didn't care for the first Investigations game, and because I knew they were kind of like off to the side of canon, I considered not playing them, and I was insane for that. I'm having so much fun. This is really entertaining. I'm enjoying myself. In that case, do you concede that you were overconfident in your last testimony?
Now hold on there. I just said it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on the bench, do you? Well, you've proven that it's possible the detective was sitting. I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left.
And Grace, you would have been right to. You would have been right to try to force my hand on this issue, because that absolutely would have sold me, I think. That's a big reason that I did play it, because I knew there was more Franziska in it. Sav, now you understand. Sav, we really are the same person. We have so many of the same opinions, but now we both have seen the light now. I will, like I said, if you, I don't know how much emulating you've done before, but if you need even an ounce of help emulating this game, I will do everything in my power to make it possible for you. I think it's also available on like iOS, but I don't know if you'd want to play on a really little screen. And it's got, the iOS, the graphics are not as crunchy, they're like high def. But I kind of like the crunch. The pixel art's kind of nice.
He's right. I have yet to prove when the fingerprints are left on the bench. While he feigns ignorance, his honor has seen a lot of life. This judge. I mustn't underestimate him. As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right.
Just as I expected.
What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony.
All right, if you insist.
Right before the trial was about to begin. That's not 20 minutes. That's not 20 minutes at all.
I could not allow you to make an objection.
What?
Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
I hate him.
Gods, I've been overruled?
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended my Manfred von...
Instead of biting your tongue, why don't... Let's see what she got to say. Let's see what she said. I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Franziska. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you need a stepladder or... You are so mean to her! With your height, you need a stepladder or 4 to accomplish that.
Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet, I'll have you know. I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
That can't be.
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it, clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot.
The sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. That piece of evidence. I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, I now understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard. Balloon! I found this object in the hallway earlier.
What is that pink substance?
You may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record?
Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot.
Wow, okay, so when the judge said he heard a party popper, I guess it really was nothing. I guess it really was nothing to worry about. It was just a girl's balloon being popped on a cactus.
Still a great tragedy, but, not a crime, technically.
That was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified.
Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins?
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
I think it's worse than a double homicide. True. Yeah, no, you're right. It's just not technically illegal. It's more fucked up, though. It's definitely more fucked up. I think that of all the things that have happened to Kay Faraday today, the balloon popping is definitely the most fucked up thing. That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. Nodding gracefully. The case has 4 deaths. Dade Man, Faraday, Mackerel, and Kay's balloon.
I want to trade these coins with you.
That's it. That balloon that girl was holding. It explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology.
He feel myself that he is released. Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I'd request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why? I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway.
It's very simple. He had a snacky with Kay.
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom.
I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case.
What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal, I didn't do it.
I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe.
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, no. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that.
Can't you guys be a little less judgmental?
Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime.
I guess so. What are you guys talking about?
In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
Yo! My whip will object, loud and clear.
If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood?
I got you, pal.
Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. If I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. Came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, till I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
He's still singing the same tired tune.
In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him. You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway?
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then. And what exactly does guarding the door entail?
Well, to put it simply, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to.
She's just looking at him.
Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
Ouch. But I'm not lying.
We should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close. I have an objection.
What is it, pal?
Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere.
Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench?
Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this.
You inconsiderate, slovenly pig.
I promise to clean it up later, I swear.
Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door? If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls?
Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands?
It appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can.
Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job, so I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. Clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back.
That last statement may sound like it makes sense. However, there's something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Huh? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal. I just have really long arms, pal.
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
But it is true, pal. I swear, there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Huh? Remind me again, pal.
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack.
And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that?
I told you, I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me, so there's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you?
Correct.
As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that?
Wait, you do?
Of course I do.
What?
How?
Balloon, I assume?
The heck is that?
Oh, what? What? Okay. Alright, whatever. As if I give a fuck. Okay. Try that again. How is it not the balloon? Is it the Swiss roll? Because she had the... That just feels dumb. We, like, just presented the Swiss roll. Or is it the bonus envelope? Because they didn't have the money. But I feel like we just addressed that. Ugh. Okay. Swiss roll? Maybe because the girl had it.
Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal.
I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, that means you must have stolen it, you thief.
I would never do such a thing.
All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves. You're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. A young girl. There were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you?
A 10-year-old who kicked me in the fucking dick. No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them.
Oh, is she gonna do it again? Oh, he dodged it this time. It would appear that we've caught you at last.
Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl.
It would appear that they do know each other after all. So, why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? Oh yeah, she's fucking stanced. She's fucking ready. She's on the prowl. She's ready to attack. Violence in her heart.
I have a name, and it's Kay.
Kay what?
Kay Faraday.
She has her theme slaps so hard. I love her theme. I would like listen to this just like on my own time. I fucking love her theme. Faraday. Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I am not a you. I'm Kay.
Alphabet joke. K. You know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big, nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy? Oh, Alphabet and you. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Kay. It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail.
I love her. I love her.
Oh, I love her so much. Sorry, I was trying to do mouse controls, but it doesn't work the best.
Oh dear.
What is the matter, Your Honor?
I claim to hand down fair verdicts, but I unfairly cast suspicion on the big fella. If this had been a trial just now, I would have destroyed his life. I am the guilty one.
We all make mistakes, Your Honor. To err is human, to forgive divine, as they say.
Although, if you were to make a mistake during the trial, then it would be quite unforgivable.
I just want to see. Okay. Dream was, yeah, alright, we get it. You and Phoenix have the same fucking nightmares, you gay people. I was just wondering if doing this in here would cause, like, the judge to react at all, but I suppose not. It appears that we've caught you red-handed eating a Swiss roll.
Look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal.
And? Do you have nothing else to say?
Sure do. It was so fluffy, and sweet, and big. It was perfection, pal. Totally worth every penny of my bonus.
I see. Well, good for you, detective. I can't believe it, but it's almost funny when a fool is this unbelievably foolish. Hi, Kay. Now then, Kay.
She's hissing at him like an animal.
I love her.
She's like a stray cat.
I wonder if I should feed her something. Oh, wait, can I give her the... Oh. Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down.
Oh, a Swiss roll.
It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it? Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. No, you don't get to make me sad. You don't get to make me sad. Oh, fuck. Your father, he's...
Don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. About how he's not here anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him.
Okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... Okay.
It's alright. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. No. Video game? You son of a bitch. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. It's alright. Let it all out. Your father just passed away, after all. Oh, eat shit. Video game. I, myself, was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child. I feel a certain shared fate. A common bond between us. Ugh.
Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
You're right. Sorry about that. Kay, here. How about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes?
Stop. Oh, I can't even enjoy this bad thing happening to Edgeworth. Don't blow your nose on that. I feel better now. Thanks. Oh. Okay.
It looks like the girl has finally calmed down.
Yes, I believe I can take my time and talk with her now.
It's so disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore?
Didn't Mr. Von Karma say the exact same thing earlier? Francisca, I don't think you two are that far apart in terms of age.
That's true. She's only like 3 years older than her. Kay's what, 10 right now? 7 years ago. She's 17 in the present.
I'm about to become a prosecutor, so understand that I'm nothing like that little girl. At the same time, though, I don't think that tracks because,
well, maybe it's like a little bit under 7 years ago, because if Francisca's 13 right now, she's like 19 in the future. So it's a little under 7 years, I think. Maybe they say how old she is now? Okay, she's 10, yeah. I don't think trying to do the math about Ace Attorney years actually generally works out as well as... I've seen posts by people trying to like triangulate characters' birthdays, and there's genuinely conflicting information, so... Which is astonishing to me, right? Because we know so many specific dates in this series. Like... we know the exact date of like the most traumatic event of every character's life, but we don't know when a single person's fucking birthday is.
Kay, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow, I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it.
I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
Oh, fuck. You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. You... Stop. Stop this.
Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
Oh, stop, that's so
I'm in shambles. When she does not care, she definitely doesn't care. Exactly. Francisca's never cared about another person in her life. Ugh. Ugh. I'm in shambles.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Woof. Kay, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So, to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are, in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh?
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promise.
Oh, you stop this. Oh, you stop this right now. Shut up. Fuck off. A promise notebook. Go None of this is directed at Kay. This is all directed at the abstract concept of the video game. The video game that I'm playing can go fuck itself. For the record. Appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Stop. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. Kay's promises to Daddy. Never take things from a stranger. Cool, she does become a thief. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Failed step 1. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Kay, be a good girl and promise me that you keep Oh, I'm a wreck. Gah, okay. Alright. I don't know how much case there is left. I don't know. My plan is next time it offers me an opportunity to, like, save, I'm probably gonna call it. Just because I'm getting a bit tired. I assume that's gonna be soon, but I guess I don't know. I genuinely don't know how much is left of this case. So I don't know if that will mean finishing it, or if that will mean, not getting to finish it tonight, but we'll see. I just know that next time I get it to be continued, that will be all for the night. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero, just like your father.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too.
Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay? What is with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero, too.
Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay?
Poor Judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier?
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
And when was this?
Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together?
We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh? Which means... We have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right?
You got me. I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well, then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well... I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one.
Come to think of it, she did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah. Thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct?
Well, that's why...
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal.
Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest?
I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
Sorry about your roughly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay. I have a spare. So, here. You can why would you give it to her? You can have this.
But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger.
It's one of the promises you made in your promises notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see. It's right here on this page.
Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet. Oh, fuck. Oh. That's, at the very end of the case that I finished right before stream, the like, Gatewater Land case. Kay was like, "You don't recognize me? We've met before." And then she gave him his old cravat back. And he immediately... That's why he's having this reminiscence right now, is because she gave him the cravat back. And he remembered... emotions.
Okay. Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers.
It should not be this cute watching him, like, get down on the floor just to, like, be at her level. It's really kind of cute, though, is the thing about it. I know that it's kind of been, like Phoenix talking to Pearl was probably a similar situation in the original games. I'm sure he, like, got down on her level, but actually, like, seeing it in the sprites is really... It gets me a little bit, I must admit, even if this is, like, shitty bitch Edgeworth. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in that hallway.
I told you to stop being mean to Gummy.
Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon?
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
That's... well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. So that's why.
So what was Detective So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here is what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay?
That can't be the balloon. Keep clicking out of my window by mistake. Is it the fact that her papa died? Or is it something else? Maybe it is the balloon? The evidence is often very counterintuitive in this particular game, it must be said. Which, like, whatever, but... I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it is the balloon. I don't know. Maybe. This is a piece of evidence. Well, okay. Well, cool. Cool. I posted cringe, everybody. Okay. Getting a bad grade at argument, everybody. Get fucking bullied, jackass. Get dunked on. You fucking moron. I will say, I'm glad that when I post cringe, Edgeworth gets relentlessly bullied for it. It feels better. It feels better to know that I'm at least putting Edgeworth in a situation wherein he's getting collectively shoved in a locker. Okay. Like, is it the fact that it's not this one? Would it be just the fact that it was her dad? That doesn't feel convincing enough. Prosecutor's badge, of course. Proofs of okay. Is it this again? I've posted cringe again. I'm sorry. Grace, you seem to have figured it out. Send help. Don't tell me exactly what it is, but send help. I need some sort of direction here, I think. Because, like, the obvious answer, right, I guess not obvious, but, like, I just don't know if it's too much of a reach to just, like, present the fact that her father was one of the victims, because that, I think, is compelling. I do have a lot of health to burn. I could try it. Fuck myself over for the next time I want to play.
Is it the promise notebook? Maybe. There we go. Because... Because perhaps she accepted something from a stranger or went somewhere with a stranger. If you take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. Okay. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay. Aww. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool. Me? You lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay. That's why. Gummy. At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? I guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. But I only had about $1 in coins. So we pooled my $5 and her $1 together. We bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. Oh.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me, so you didn't really get it from me, you know?
He told me it'd be okay, and he gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate?
Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together? Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. Sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget as long as I live, pal. Anyway... Kay, I believe this also belongs to you.
Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. You're sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you.
Oh, shut the fuck up. She's nice. Franziska's nice. Shut up, Franziska, you're nice.
The balloon. I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. Girl. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll.
Wait, oh my god. So wait, they pulled for the Swiss roll, and Gumshoe they split one, and she saved a whole roll for her dad. So it wasn't even like he had one and she had the other one. They split one and she saved one for her dad. Fuck off with this. That's so cute. Fuck off. I'm gonna die. Wow, you really got me there, pal. I'm such a ruthless, uncaring person. I will not let you say otherwise. You foolish fool. Exactly.
So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister.
So you kicked me, is that it? Sure, a feisty one.
I'm really sorry, mister.
It's alright. I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held onto it until Detective Gumshoe was cleared of all charges and free to go?
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
course. I promise. You... Miles Edgeworth, listen to me right fucking now. If you do not keep the promise that you made to this 10-year-old girl whose dad just died, I'm going to personally come over there. Listen to me, Miles Edgeworth. If Gumshoe does not receive that fucking Swiss roll when this game is over, I'm going to be livid. Do you hear me, Miles Edgeworth? You fucking promised this girl. And I will come after you if you do not. The music did have good timing on that. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
I miss you. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime.
What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss You.
I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people.
What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, what have we here? What's a child doing here in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child in.
Miss Callisto, you! That girl is Mr. Faraday's.
I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her, to speak nothing of getting underfoot.
I suppose you're right. However,
as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand.
I do love how lame Franziska is in this little flashback, because she's so, like... In the main trilogy, she always struck the really perfect balance of being, like, she is cool, but she is also extremely lame at the same time. And it's really funny to see her being, like, 13, where the balance is so far in favor of her being just super lame, because she's fucking 13, and she's being so 13 about it. Which is, like, in the games, you know, she's 18, 19, and she's being extremely fucking 18, 19 about it. Like, she's... Franziska has always acted so much her age for somebody who is trying so hard to act more than her age. And it is really funny how much they absolutely nailed the personality of a precocious child who is, like, imitating adults to the best of her ability, but all the adults she knows are insane. What a fucking brilliantly written character Franziska von Karma is. I am obsessed with her.
Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
Was this my Callisto voice? I feel like I'm losing it.
Yeah, but...
You see? Isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders.
I have no counter-argument to that.
Don't worry. I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest.
But the investigation is far from over. Oh, it was more like this, Josh. Thank you, Grace. That's really helpful.
Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard?
I suppose it is.
Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence. Ooh. Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma.
Down, Tigress.
Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation.
Her literally like, ooh. She's fucking 13 years of age. She's literally the 13est character to ever be 13. I do feel like every character in Ace Attorney acts very much like their age, I will say. Like obviously Francisca is extremely 18, but like Maya is also so... she's like 17 to 19, but she always feels extremely correct for her age. And like Edgeworth being 20 here, I'm like, he feels very different from when he's 24, even though he has like kind of a similar personality. He has like, he's very 20 here. There is a specific, every age that you are a very specific kind of like diseased. Like, you know, Francisca obviously has the very real disease of being 13 right now. Miles has the very real disease of being 20 right now, and he will recover eventually. He will get better from this disease. But like every character is so afflicted with being the age they are. It's incredible. Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Ms. Yu were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. To be continued. Oh. Well, this has been quite a treat, but it is midnight. And I don't need to be up like in the morning, but I do eventually have to drag my ass out of bed and get to work for a afternoon shift. This was so fucking fun. I'm so glad that you and Sav were both able to hang out. This was so... I'm glad that I picked this case to stream. I knew this was going to be a good one to stream because, like I said, I knew I was really going to like it. But I did not even know how much I was going to like it. This was so good. I am so excited to continue playing this. It is going to pain me to have to log off. and like I might play a little bit more before bed if I'm being honest. I just need to give my voice a rest. I did not, like, yeah, I knew I was gonna like this. I did not know it was gonna be this fucking made in a lab just for me. This was like the perfect case to stream. Oh, what a delight. Oh, what a delight this game is. I'm so happy. I'm so happy I decided to play these. Holy shit. I feel like I won today. Ugh. Excellent. Wonderful. Delighted. See you around, Grace. Thanks for hanging out. I kind of assumed Sav went to bed a while back, which is fair. She said she was gonna have to. But yeah, I'll see you around. This was a blast. I should do this again sometime. Not with this case, because I'm not gonna be patient enough to wait till I can stream again. But with that said, as always, until the next time I decide to stream, which might be this weekend and it might not, have a good one.